the platform.
Good
Morning,
morning,
Cecilia.
Secretary.
Morning, Chair.
How are you? Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Chair.
Our Menir Pool.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning. Can we start with our meeting?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody.
Yes, we can start, Chair.
Good morning. Yes, let me welcome everybody, honorable members, and Secretary. Can we have the agenda? There's the agenda, honorable members. Let me first start by welcoming the DG. I see she's accompanied by her staff, the DDG, Dumalisi there. I also see our parliamentary liaison officers. Good morning, DG. Are you right? Last week you were down with flu. Right, honorable members, there is an agenda for today, and I hope we can squash this agenda so that by 12:30 we are done or almost done. I just want from the secretary, I see you have given the entities 40 minutes. Can we reduce it to 30 each? Secretary, will that be fine?
Yes, Chair, they are here. They will implement the 30 minutes given, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion for the adoption of the agenda with that amendment, if there's no any other amendment? Honorable Magagula.
Good morning, Chair and everybody. Thank you, Chairperson. I move for the adoption of the agenda as it is.
Okay. Honorable Khagilwe.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, everybody. Chairperson, I second the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there apologies, Secretary?
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to members and to our guests and everybody in the platform. Chairperson, I received the apology from the DM's office that DM will not be able to join the meeting today due to a doctor's appointment. Thanks, Chair. That is the only apology, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me once more welcome our visitors today, our stakeholders who are going to be with us today as they play a role as stakeholders representing civil society, playing a role in making sure that the provision of human settlement to our people is done in a way that gives dignity to our people. I want to welcome delegation from Ndifuna Ukwazi, a delegation from Development Action Group, popularly known as DEC, and the South African SDI Alliance. These are the three groups who are playing a role in the human settlement portfolio, and they assist our people in making sure that they receive housing, they have a roof over their head. You are all welcome. Like I said, we have the department led by the DG, so that they are also part of this engagement. The purpose is to make sure that we share experiences, we complement each other, we are not competing against each other, we complement each other, we inform each other, so that together we can build a better life for our people, bring dignity to our people in as far as provisioning of human settlement is concerned. Like I said, the weather is not friendly here in Cape Town. For those who are in Cape Town, I don't want to waste a lot of time because members are still expected to go to Parliament to listen to the President when he responds to the budget debate that was conducted yesterday. Once more, you are all welcome, honorable members. Welcome our partners in the civil society. Welcome the delegation of the department. DG, welcome the staff of Parliament. Let's go to the next item. I think the first one is Ndifuna Ukwazi. My apologies if I didn't pronounce it correctly.
Hello,
You are
Chairperson.
in this. Yes, Secretary.
Mama Kakula's hand is up. I'm not sure whether is it a legacy hand or what.
Oh, Honorable Magagula.
It's a legacy and check, sorry. I forgot to.
Thank you very much. Let's welcome Ndifuna Ukwazi. Whoever is presenting will introduce the delegation. Like I said, you are given 30 minutes or less to make your presentation. And after all three presentations have been made, the honorable members together with the department will then engage with your presentation. Ndifuna Ukwazi?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone in the meeting. My name is Noziphiwe Sikwela. I am a researcher in Ndifuna Ukwazi. I'm the one who's going to do presentation. So far, I haven't seen any of my colleagues joining in. I guess I'm alone in this one. I am going to share my presentation so that I can start. It says the host disabled participant screen sharing.
Secretary, can you assist?
Okay, thank you. Mm. Mm. Just want to see something.
Yeah, we can see.
I just want to see if, yeah. Okay. I don't know if which one is best for me to have a camera or not to have a camera when I'm presenting.
Whichever you're comfortable with. We have seen where your face.
Okay.
You can continue. If you feel like switching off your camera, there's no problem.
Where is my, oh gosh, what is going on here now?
You have 30 minutes. It's 10 past now.
Okay. I don't know. I don't see my screen. I don't see the shared screen. I don't know. Let me stop sharing and start over again. I don't know what is going on. So, can you see the screen that I'm sharing? Because I don't see it on my side.
No, we cannot see your screen.
I wonder what is going on. Okay, can I stop sharing and start all over again?
Or you can send your presentation to Kosi and Kodiswa to assist you.
Okay, I will do that just now.
Right.
Can you see now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present our work in Parliament. Ndifuna Ukwazi is an NGO that started in 2011. It was established as a research organization which was helping other organizations and movements in their requests, and it had a lawyer when it started. It had a lawyer, popular educator, and it had safety and security testing. So that was the aim was just that. Up until 2015, when we transformed from just being a research organization to being an up and land justice organization. That transformation was made possible by the requests that we're getting from people that were evicted at that time, and also that was pushed more by the sale of a Tafelberg. So now we are an activist organization and a law center that combines the research, community organizing, and litigation. We do that with using our three pillars, which is research, law, and community organizing. So the context that we're working in, we are working because of colonial and apartheid era design. So we're looking at changing the status quo and opening access, or trying to open an access for people to be able to not stay only in the peripheries of the city, to move closer to amenities. And the movement of people to the peripheries of the city it's deepening urban inequalities. So we see many people that are landless and that are homeless, and people that don't have security of tenure. So the consequence of this is that people are forced to live in the urban edge, where there are no economic opportunities, and those who are working had to spend a big amount of their salaries in commuting. So these things are happening post democracy, where we think that there are vehicles that are there to progress or to change the status quo, which we feel that the state has failed to address the housing backlog in inner city areas. This is why we now see the land occupations and building occupations. So our call basically is a well-located, affordable housing, a security of tenure, and a state with less or very less evictions. But also, if we can manage the two, the well-located affordable housing access and security of tenure for people, I think we will be able to curb the amount of evictions that we see in the city at present. So for well-located housing, it's more of the location remains central in ensuring that we have a just and sustainable communities and limiting adverse exposure. So on this work of well-located housing, what do? We look for, our main aim is for people to have equal rights to the city. By that, I mean everyone who lives in South Africa has a right to live in the city. So we look at available land in the city, and we question the usage of land. For example, in this campaign, we looked at parking lots that are not being utilized. And then we did our assessment, and we saw that in the 3 parking lots that are around Parliament, then we can have 962 social housing units, which are going to house our people. And we are not only saying all the pieces of land that are available should be social housing. Balancing everything, there should be market-related units so that the unit itself can run on its own. There should be people transitional housing and proper policy on transitional housing and proper guide as to what does transitional housing look like. For example, we can't have a person staying in transitional housing, which we don't know. There's no plan for that person to transition to a better housing possibility. And also, we're questioning the social housing policy as to a person is going to stay in a social house, which is good. But the learnings from other countries shows us that you can stay in a social house. In South Africa, you can stay in a social house forever and be renting forever. So your kids will not be able to inherit the social house. But in other countries, we've learned that a social house can, at a certain point in time, be transferred with a title deed to that person, and that person can be able to, the kids of that person will be able to inherit. One of the pictures here is the Tafelberg sale. We look at what the government is offering and see if there's no other alternative. For example, the Tafelberg sale in Sea Point, that is the only hope for a vulnerable person or a Black person or a person in the peripheries for that person to ever live in Sea Point if the plans for Tafelberg will go ahead. And we're grateful for stopping the sale. And now it's up to government to make whatever form of housing that is inclusive in that area. And then we shifted a needle when we went to court for Bramwell Street because the people that were staying in the Bramwell Street case, or that are in the Bramwell Street case, now after the litigation, they can no longer be taken to Volvarefear, very far away from where they've made life in. So they will eventually get a place that is also in Woodstock so that they can continue living their lives. And then we've got another research that we're doing on security of tenure. Security of tenure is important because when you've got security of tenure, it gives you access or easy access to invest in your home, easy access to finance, easy access to services, and overall you can live a decent life whether you are in the peripheries of the city or in inner city. So in this picture, you can see this is those who went to Helen Bowden, which is now AKH Amkatra building. This is the occupation that is in Sea Point. We support people that are in this occupation so that okay, first, the people that occupied this building were people that are working in Sea Point. So this building was occupied because there was nothing that was happening on it, and it was a statement to show government that the sale of Tafelberg was wrong when people are actually looking for places to stay. So with this occupation, what we are doing, we are reimagining what it can look like in future and how can it accommodate the people that are already staying there. And how can, it's a political symbolic building that can be a place where whatever can be imagined in there can be duplicated in other areas. And it is also in a point where there are very few people who can afford staying there. So in this slide, we are showing how this building, if you can see in A, it's where the building is. B and C is the vacant places that can be used when we are thinking of redeveloping the AKH into social housing or anything that can be of value or of importance to people that are staying there, in the area. I'm not gonna go deeper in the scenarios because I sent the presentation, and we can talk about it later. So, but these are 5 scenarios that can happen, or that can happen in AKH to actually change the AKH and be either a transitional housing or transitional and social housing or transitional social and market value housing. So that is the scenarios. Also, we have seen that in 2020, you will have seen so many informal settlement cropping up in different areas of the city. So, and even before that. So what the movements have asked us is how they can have the places that they are staying in and own those places. That is where we, out of our research, we got a State Land Disposal Act, and we applied for, we helped them apply. The State Land Disposal Act opens a donation application to the president, of which we did that. We applied straight to the presidency, and the president answered us by saying Department of Human Settlements and Department of Public Works must come together and look at the applications. We've done that, and we given HDA to look at developable plans for the areas, of which now we are in the process of forming a steering committee, of which I don't know where it's lacking, forming a steering committee, and most of the properties that we applied for, we were promised, and HDA had evaluated them and saw that they can be developable. So what we are asking is a bottom-up approach where a releasing of land is thought through with the people in mind, not the top-down approach where government just tell what is going to happen in the place. And we would like to see the stakeholders working together and also thinking about the financialization of the land. We also have a law clinic and advice assembly. I'm gonna talk about these together. Law clinic is where we get the eviction cases, but we look at the ones that are going to change policies that are going to, like Bromwell, that are going to change not only Cape Town, that are going to change overall South Africa. And then those are the ones that we take to court, we litigate on them. And advice assemblies, we are getting a lot of people that are coming into the office for evictions. So we decided to do this education service where advice assemblies it's an education part of NU that is teaching people about evictions, their rights, the owner's rights, and how they can help themselves when it comes to advice assemblies, because the number of the people that are going to our offices is too much. And then we've got political organizing. Political organizing, they deal specifically with what comes, they are dealing with movements. What do the movement want, and how can we help? How can we do research that is going to help them at a long run with whatever it is that they are looking for? So we've got solidarity space with, because we can't work with one movement, each movement. There are so many land and housing movements. So solidarity space is a collection of all the movements that we work with, so that we can have solidarity towards whatever it is that we are working on. Kind of an injury to one is an injury to all, but not really. Basis. Ne? Then we've got land and housing school. That is where we share with other movements, not from Cape Town, not from South Africa, on that land and housing school. And they come down to Cape Town, and they've got this land and housing school that is going to run for maybe the weekend. But in the meantime, as an organization, we've run land and housing school where we are teaching people different things, especially in the housing sector, because we will teach them the different typologies, the grants that are there, different forms of land ownership, different acts and policies that are going to help them in future or in their fight for land. Of course, we can't leave youth behind, where you need to teach them the history, but also looking in the future. I think that is all about Ndifuna Ukwazi. Everything that I've explained here, I've explained it so that we understand what kind of organization is Ndifuna Ukwazi. But that is not all that we're looking at. And but I wanted people to understand how Ndifuna Ukwazi works and what is our core business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nozi. I think you were right on time. Yeah, we will engage with your presentation. I guess members are taking notes. After the three have presented, I will also request the department just to make a comment, and then members ask questions. Let's go to the second one. Is it Deg?
Yes, Deg.
Yes. Can we continue? We're in your hands. Zama?
Good morning, Chair. My name is Zama Mgwaju from DEG. I'm just trying now to... Okay. Morning, everyone. Morning, Chair. Morning, members of Parliament. My name is Zama Mgwaju. I'm the Program Manager at DEG. I'm joined from DEG by Helen Rock, who's our Program Director. I think we are the only ones in this call. I'll quickly go through my presentation. I think these are the realities that South African cities are facing. In most cities, we've got two cities in one city, Sea Point, Khayelitsha. And then also in other metros, we have got a situation whereby our cities are spatially divided and are unequal. And I think what we believe in doing is to address some of the things that I've mentioned. I think we need systematic change in terms of how land, public land mostly, but also private land is utilized, how we implement our housing policy, but also how do we put together our urban development policies. DEG is a non-profit organization who have been around since 1986. This year we'll be celebrating our 40th anniversary, and we work towards advancing sustainable and inclusive cities in South Africa, not only in Cape Town. Ours is to promote equitable access to well-located land, support community-led upgrading and housing solutions, strengthen participatory planning and governance, and advocate for policies that address spatial inequality in South Africa. And as DEG, we've got 4 programmatic areas. One programmatic area is one that is called people-led housing solutions. I think that's when in the past we used to implement PHP, people's housing projects. But currently we've got what we call under people-led housing solutions, contractor and developer academy, where we train emerging developers, the people who are building rental stock in the township areas, so that they can better understand how to comply, but how to build rental stock that is affordable. We also work with emerging construction companies. I always say, in most cases in South Africa, 32 years into our democracy, we've got package builders or labor brokers, emerging contractors that don't understand compliance within the construction space, and they don't even understand how to read tender documents. Hence, in most cases, you will find that they will organize themselves under the banner of business forum, which at times tend to block projects on the ground because they don't understand how to comply. We are working within the informal settlement space as a Vigalane hubs, where we're working in informal settlements in Cape Town, Khayelitsha, Kraaifontein, and also in Neisner. That's another program, informal settlement. The third one is Civic Action Hub, where we are engaging with citizens, leaders on the ground, so that they can better understand what does it take for someone to be a value-based leader? How do they start to understand how government works, the different spheres of government, local, provincial, national, in terms of responsibilities, but also how do they start to understand the different arms of government, your legislature, your executive, and the courts. And then we've got the third program, which is called Urban Land for Inclusive Cities, where in that particular program, we've got the land value capture. It's a policy approach that enables communities to recover and reinvest land value increases that result in public investment. For example, the change of zoning. And we're saying there, this particular approach, land value capture, is rooted in a notion that public action should generate public benefit. If I speak about the people-led housing solutions, I mentioned that we are working with emerging construction companies and emerging developers. For example, under emerging developers, people are building without plans. This picture was taken by myself in Delft, and to Gateway, people are just building rental stock. And in all the townships of South Africa, people are building rental stock. The unfortunate part is they are building this stock without getting any technical support from different institutions. But I think as DEG, we started what we call now Contractor and Developer Academy, where we were trying to assist the developers to move from a situation of no compliance to a situation where there's compliance. And there's different things that needs to be in place for one to comply. For example, a title deed. If you don't have a title deed, your plan will never be approved by the municipality. We start there, educating our people so that they can better understand to say, if I'm transacting my house, it's not similar to when you go to the spaza shop and buy a loaf of bread. How do we start to educate our people so that they can better understand how to change ownership of their houses, but also understanding the regulatory reforms that are there that needs to be in place for people to build rental stock. For example, the picture that you see is a developer in Litter Park that we assisted. Is a homeowner developer. Is a police guy who built 6 rental units to supplement his income. And ours is to say, how do we start to move from a low road situation where there's no compliance? I always say, we don't want our townships to be like Danone, all of them. How do we start then to assist them to move from a situation of no compliance to build rental stock that is of good quality? Emerging construction companies, we've got a training program where we expose them to different forms of compliance within the construction space. And we've trained, I think, close to 200 from 2017. Each year we target around 20 contractors. And we also work with emerging developers. For example, the training that we are doing for contractors, we are doing it in partnership with UCT, and also the one that we are doing for the developers. For example, developers better understanding, exposing them to better understand how to formulate financial feasibility so that they can start to build better, how to comply with municipal bylaws, how to comply with NHBRC and other institutions within government. Just to say, over 40 million rands have been spread across different contractors, because once a developer comes to us to say, I want to build 6 rental units, then we tap into the contractors that we've built. We've also done a lot of advocacy and lobbying. For example, within the city of Cape Town, we've got what we call a sector coordination platform, where we've been meeting with the city of Cape Town to push for reforms that support the small-scale rental sector. And last year, there was a bylaw that supports the work of the micro developers. For example, currently, someone can build 6 units to 12 without triggering rezoning. But then another incentive that was put in place is around development charges. When we did our research around 2022, we found out that if someone wants to build 6 rental units, the DC invoice will go up to 100,000 rands. But through this subsidy now, developers can get up to 90% of the subsidy, and the city of Cape Town will pay 10%. And someone who's a pensioner will get 100% of the subsidy if that person is building rental stock. And then we've got the Township Developer Forum. It's a forum of the micro developers who are operating on the ground. We've assisted SDEG to capacitate the forum in Cape Town, but also there's Gauteng Development Forum operating in the Joburg space that we have also assisted to form, working with Planet in Joburg. And then we also are capacitating other NGOs across the country. For example, there's Planet in Joburg, there's offices in East London, there's PPT in Durban, there's BESC in Pietermaritzburg, and the NGOs in the Cape Town space, so that they can also start to have programs that start to support developers and contractors in their metros. And we've worked with the city of Joburg. I think they've got a bylaw that supports the backyarding. There's a bylaw in Cape Town, and there's a bylaw in Cape Town, in George. And as DEG, we've run information sessions, workshops. For example, last year, we were in Durban. The year before, we were in Joburg. April this year, we're engaging with the Tshwane Metro together with the National Treasury City Support Program, so that we can start to support other NGOs who are implementing CDA type activities in different metros, because the challenge around contractors is not only here in Cape Town, is across the country. The challenge around micro developers who are building, for example, Alexander, I think the other time, early last year, we in Soshanguve, people are building without plans. Then around the second program, the other program with the Civic Action Hub, that's where we are strengthening the capacities of different civil society groups so that they can better engage with government. They can better understand themselves. What does it take for me in operating in Khayelitsha to be a value-based leader, so that I cannot just use one approach of closing the road, but we capacitate them so that they can better understand how government works, the policy making process from local government to provincial to national, and how to engage with policies that government is coming up with. So we've been running this course, I think for the past 20 years. We target a maximum of 30 leaders here in Cape Town to expose them to different areas of leadership building. The other thing that falls under the Civic Action Hub, we also work with universities where we target young professionals and expose them to land and housing strategies in poor and working class communities, so that by the time they graduate, they know exactly how to engage with local communities. And then we also have what we call urban dialogues and horizontal learning platforms, where different communities learn from each other. For example, we've taken communities from Cape Town to learn from communities in Durban, in Joburg. Horizontal learning is also key when it comes to capacitation of the communities from the ground. And then when it comes to the informal settlements, I mentioned that we are part of the Asivikelane campaign. The Asivikelane campaign gives a voice to informal settlement communities. We also started a program around repair and maintenance, whereby different teams from Khayelitsha, Kraaifontein, and Niza have been trained around plumbing, basic plumbing, so that while they stay in the informal settlement, they can start to assist the different municipalities around repairs and maintenance. And for me, that will start to address the issues around basic services being given to communities, and address some of the issues of extortions, because now communities are the ones in the forefront in terms of the repairs and maintenance. But when it comes to major repairs, then they will work with city officials. I think this is just a team doing repairs in an informal settlement in Khayelitsha. And then we've got an MOU with the Knysna municipality. And this community-based pumping model has been institutionalized by the Knysna municipality, because they can see that they don't have the capacity to be in each and every street in the different municipalities. That's the only MOU we have around in Asivikelane with the Knysna municipality. And then they do a lot of cleaning campaigns, because we are saying to them, take ownership of your own communities. We capacitate them so that they can lead development in their areas. I always say, I stay in Delft. I cannot lead development in Khayelitsha, but ours as DEG is to capacitate communities so that they can start to take charge of their communities and lead development in their communities. Ours is to give them toolkits that they can use for them to be in a position to also engage with seasoned officials. Then lastly, there's a program around financing of inclusive cities, urban land for inclusive cities. That's where we've got the land value capture. Within the word the land value capture as an approach, there's different tools that one can use. For example, if you look at the micro developer space, there's a DC charge subsidy. The Stellenbosch municipality has got an inclusionary housing policy in place where they are working closely with private developers. I think the other thing that we're doing around LVC, we've got a partnership with Lincoln Institute from the US, a partnership with National Treasurer, CSP. One of the things that we're also doing is streamlining and assisting in terms of land release processes. For example, I think around 2025 or 2024, we released a publication, evidence-based research, that assisted City of Cape Town, Tshwane, Durban, and Joburg in terms of land release processes. For example, within the City of Cape Town, there's 9 steps that officials need to follow. City of Pretoria, I think there's 13. City of Joburg, I think there's 10. I think even with Durban Metro. So that particular research has assisted the municipalities to better understand the processes that needs to be followed. One of those processes is the council approvals. And once we did that research targeting the municipalities, we also did a community guide releasing of land for affordable housing, a community guide, whereby we are using that as a tool to also assist the communities on the ground to better understand the land release processes, so that they don't just speak at a higher level, but they understand the technicalities and the policies that needs to be adhered to in the land release process. I think I mentioned this inclusionary zoning programs adopted in the South African cities, which in turn expand access to well-located and affordable housing. For example, the city of Stellenbosch has done this, city of Joburg has done this. And if we can take city of Joburg, inclusionary housing units that have been approved currently is more than 24,000 in the pipeline. They have been approved. And then if you look at the Stellenbosch case, inclusionary housing that's have been approved but actually been built is around 900, targeting the gap market between 4,000 and 22,000 rands. I think what is key here is for us to be innovative in terms of these tools. There's no cut and paste, but how do we start to be innovative in terms of understanding the Cape Town context will be different from a Mangaung context, or maybe from a Gombo, East London context. And we are saying to different officials, how do you start to understand that? And through the partnership with the Lincoln Institute, National Treasurer, CSP, and DEG, we have been running dialogues, learning platforms with these 4 municipalities, so that we can better support them to come up with tools that will assist them to better understand. And I think having said that, South Africa's spatial inequalities remain a structural barrier to social and economic exclusion. And this is my last one. What we are working towards and what we are also calling for is strengthening of regulatory, financial, and technical support for the small-scale rental housing providers, so that they can start to improve the quality, affordability, and safety of their rental accommodation. Like I said, this is not only happening here in Cape Town, it's happening across different metros. I've been to Tembisa, I've been to Soshanguve, I've been to Soweto, I've been to Umlazi. People are building rental stock. The unfortunate part is, at times, there's no technical support that they get. Hence, they build at times rental stock that is not safe. We're also saying, how do we start to accelerate the implementation of UISP? How do we do that? Institutionalizing of community-led planning and data collection, integrating climate resilience into our upgrading investments, and expanding pathways towards security of tenure, including community land trusts. For example, we've seen the issues around climate challenges in Cape Town, in Durban, and how do we start, when we speak about informal settlement upgrading, listen more to the communities, because they are the ones who know their locations. Then the other one is accelerate the release of well-located land for social housing, for small-scale rental, and for people-led housing solutions. Maybe supported by land value capture mechanisms, because financing is becoming a big challenge when it comes to the implementation of affordable housing initiatives. We are also saying, how do we start to leverage public investment, land value capture, and innovative financing to increase, for example, how do we start to tap into the private sector delivery mechanisms, so that they can deliver units that are affordable and have greater access to the low-income households. I think really there we need to be innovative in terms of maybe money from government, but also money from the private sector, but being clear in terms of the regulations and the incentives that have been given. And the incentives should come with responsibility. For example, the Stellenbosch case, the Stellenbosch municipality did identify a piece of land closer to the CBD, and they said to the developers, if you want to take these extra rights, then, and you are building more than 20 units, then in your development of more than 20 units, 30% of those should target the affordable market of between 4,000 and 20,000 rands. It does not say you need to contribute financially. It says in the particular area where you are building your high-end development, build affordable housing, because there are these extra rights that you have been given by government. I think lastly, which is key, how do we start to strengthen the partnership between government, organized communities, civil society, academia, so that we can start to be innovative? I think I always say the challenges that we are facing within the human settlement space are calling for us not just to be good in articulating the challenges, but to lock ourselves to solution-driven processes. And the unfortunate part is, I always say, there's no one stakeholder who has got monopoly when it comes to solutions. And for me, I mentioned the dialogues that are happening between the four metros, DEG, and National Treasury. I mentioned the sector coordination, where we've been meeting quarterly with the City of Cape Town, finance institutions, academics, to really push for the implementation and support of small-scale rental housing in the Cape Town space. Those have been difficult conversations. But out of those difficult conversations, now we've got incentives that have been put in place. And now we're also working with Tshwane Metro, with Joburg Metro, with Ekurhuleni, and with the City of Durban to really find ways of strengthening the partnerships towards supporting affordable rental accommodation. And I think DEG remains committed to working with government and communities to build more inclusive, equitable, and resilient cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zama. Like I said, members are noting their questions or their comments. We'll then engage with the presentations after the third presentation. Can I call upon Alliance to present?
Thank you very much. I'm Rose Mulukwani, the National Coordinator for the Urban and Rural Poor.
Can we see your
Federation.
face?
Hello.
Can we see your face just to make a relationship between the face and the voice?
I'm a bit ugly. Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Rose Mulukwani, National Coordinator of the Federation of the Urban and Rural Poor FEDUP, and the partner of the SA SDI Alliance. I'm going to make an introduction of our organization and hand over to Blessing to present our document. As for me, being a BBT, born before technology, I requested him to do it on our behalf as the Federation. As the Federation, we have started this organization in 1991. And then we created the relationship with the Department of Human Settlement in 1995, when the late Joe Slovo was the minister by then. Then we have signed a memorandum of agreement that has established what we call Uchani Fund Agreement, meaning that within the SA SDI Alliance, we are connected as 4 entities. It's Federation of the Urban and Rural Poor, is ISN, Informal Settlement Network, it's COG, Community Organization Resource Center, and Uchani Fund. The 4 entities, we are addressing issues of land, housing, economic development, and informal settlement upgrading. What we did with the Department of Human Settlement, it's when it was during the creation of the housing department. That's when Ujani Fund was agreed upon to work with the Department of Housing by then. And our organization also signed the Botshabelo Accord during the time of Joe Slovo, with a pledge that explained our participation in housing delivery, access to land, and informal settlement upgrading, and also addressing their livelihoods. I want to explain the difference between the four entities that we are working with. The Federation of the Urban and Rural Poor is mainly consisting of women, youth, and children. We are not leaving men behind. We are all together, but the strong participation is of those entities that I explained about. We've got informal settlement network, where we have come together with the leaders of the communities at the informal settlement level to say, let's work together so that when women are organizing savings and mobilizing communities, and the leaders can also be part of the process, but making sure that the communities do understand what we say when we talk of self-reliance and working together as different communities. And then CORC, Community Organization Resource Center, is there to support these two entities, which is Federation and ISN, focusing mostly on social issues that are affecting our communities where we operate. We've got Ujani Fund, which is our development arm of our organization, where when it comes to implementation of the projects like housing and different kinds of activities that we do towards development. So the strength of CORC and Ujani Fund that has encompassed most of the expertise, academias who know how to change the informal language into formal language on behalf of our organizations, ISN and FEDAP. So hence I'm saying Blessing will be the one leading the presentation properly so that we can understand each other. We are organizing in all 8 provinces of South Africa. We've got more than 450 groups. Unfortunately, in 2019, 2020, COVID has affected our process so much that our number of saving groups declined, but we are now remobilizing and they're coming up again to be strong. I want to focus on this issue of this meeting, the relationship with our Department of Human Settlement, where we always attend the conferences, and we are also engaging and dialoguing and maybe trying to influence the strong partnership that we'd like to see happening on the ground. Yes, we do build houses. We do identify land for the landless. We do make data collection that helps us to engage with the municipalities. And the partnership that we would like to see happening is the partnership that has to recognize what the communities are doing at the grassroots level. We are aware that there are a lot of challenges that are happening within the department, even within our communities. But we strive to get the solution that helps to assist our members to get better housing for themselves, better infrastructure for their informal settlements. So what I'm trying to raise here is that I was listening to what Zama was saying right now about the engagement, the dialogues. What I feel to see happening is the connection with the human settlement, where the department can create a forum where all these entities or all these organizations come together regularly so that we can share with the department the progress, the challenges. Because if we don't come together regularly, we will be standing with challenges that are affecting our development and demoralizes the unity of the people at the ground level. We are busy building in Kwanyuswa 203 houses. We've got a very big piece of land that we have acquired in Cape Town. We call it Vusinzuncha. We would like to see the government coming nearer to us. I remember we tried to talk with all these provincial Department of Human Settlement, but most of them are not really taking seriously what the people are doing on the ground. Yes, we have been working, we have built more than 20 houses through Ujani Fund. We have done a number of informal settlement upgrading in different areas, like in KZN, in Gauteng, and in Cape Town. We are also part of Asivikelani campaign. We are practically doing it on the ground through Asivikelani campaign. We are stranded. The department is talking about human settlement. We are not only looking at housing, but we are also looking at the livelihoods, economic development of our communities. The resources that we are having are so limited that it hinders us from replicating what we would like to see happening on the ground. So I'm going to request Blessing to come in to. I wanted to break the ice on the side of our alliance. But what I would like to emphasize is how do we work together with the Department of Human Settlement? How can we create a space for engagement, for dialogue, for identifying challenges and addressing them together? Because as the organizations, we are here to walk the path with a department so that we can be able to implement what is needed by the communities at the ground level. So I want to give it to Blessing right now to make a presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Blessing.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ma'am Rose, for the introductory remarks. Good morning to our Parliament team, and good morning to everyone who is part of this panel today. My name is Blessing Manguchana. I am with COC, Community Organization Resource Center, as the program manager there. So I just want to do the presentation of the work that we are doing in relation to, or in addition to what Ma'am Rose just shared part of it. However, we will not touch on each and every project and each and every thing that we have done around our work, but just share what I think will be very useful for this platform, so that at least all that are around can identify the possible opportunities that can be incorporated into the plans and all different frameworks for the betterment of our settlements. So in terms of our approach is
Sorry, can you please show your face for the
oh,
camera?
sorry. Ma'am Rose showed, I thought that it's over. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm clear from your end.
Yes.
Oh, okay, sure. Thank you very much. So that's Blessing Mangushana of the voice that you have been hearing. So in terms of our approach, ours is a community-centered approach to upgrading, which is very much inclusive and participatory. This is not in isolation, but an approach which includes the government at various levels, that is national, provincial, and even local government, and also even the academics themselves. That falls under the various partnerships that we have, and even other stakeholders, like some of the organizations that are in this platform today. They are part of that. And our focus mainly is on housing, informal settlement upgrading, and currently we have been active in the climate change mitigation and adaptation. So for today, I'll just share our approach of implementation that we have done.
We
And
can't
you
hear you
will
now.
also
Okay.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Continue.
sure. Okay, sure. Thank you. Yeah, now I'm getting into the presentation. Yeah, so as Ma'am Rose has indicated that we are SDI, so we're made up of community networks, fed up informal settlement, and the support organizations, community organization, resource center, and which I'll not get deeper into it because already it has been shared. So in our presence and footprint, it's in in 8 provinces, except of the Northern Cape. We have been active there for quite some time, but with time we lost touch on some of the things and some other challenges that we faced. So we are currently focusing on the 8 provinces. Yeah, so for FedUp is present in all the 8 provinces, and ISN, that is the informal settlement network, present in 4 metros that we have across the country. And then what we do, I think, in addition to what Ma'am Rose has said, we have got women who are always critical in the development and in the planning or organizing of communities. And in that essence, we also have a concept of savings where people come together and save. Through that way, they build trust amongst themselves and accumulate resources. And it also helps in contributions to some of the projects that are planned by either the government itself, but communities also contribute in there. Then comes the aspect of data collection. So the data collection process, this is one of the most important processes where data is collected at settlement level, community level, and household level. So in that way, it enables the communities to negotiate with government, having a true statistical picture or a reflection, a true statistical reflection of their settlement, knowing their settlement in numbers, not just a guesswork for the purposes of engagement. Then we've got the one of the powerful tools, which is the exchanges, whereby we exchange learning through more like horizontal learning across people, countries, or groups of almost the same situation. So this does not only limit ourselves to the local exchanges, but it expands even to international exchanges, where our communities, groups, and even organizations are exposed to other countries' learnings, which we have seen it whereby we have seen situations where we have gone to other international exchanges with some government officials from different levels of the government, that is sometimes provincial government, national government, even the local government, so that people get exposed on some possibilities where community members take center stage in their own development. Then the aspect of partnerships, I think this one is also very, very important. I think that is why we accepted this request, because to us, we value the partnership so much that we believe, like anybody else, that we don't have for development to happen and for solutions to come, they shall not be in isolation, but we shall partner in such a way that we learn from others, and then we capacitate each other around the upgrading or development that comes. And then the aspect of slum upgrading, that is the informal settlement upgrading, that is upgrading, an incremental approach of upgrading, that is in situ upgrading, whereby it happens bit by bit without a lot of displacement of people who stay in those particular areas. So that forms the pillars of our organization. So for women, they take the center stage. They do savings. They even assist in data collection. So in that way, we get to know the actual picture of the settlement. They also take part in that. And in essence, we have to accept it. I know in this platform, there are men and we've got women in here, but we know that for a household to stand, women must be there. Maybe that's why they always say behind every successful man, there is a lady or there is women behind. So maybe that is where that emanates from. Because for a household to stand, we need the women to be there. And then the issue of savings that I mentioned earlier on, that is done by women, whereby women come together, collect, they save monies for their own identified purposes. They can be personal, they can be community-wide, and they can be maybe savings directed to a particular development that is happening. So in this way, you will see that some of the houses that have been built previously by the Alliance, that is the SDI Alliance through the Federation, PHP, you'll find that the size of the house that is built by other service providers can be 42 or 40 square meter, but ours is around 52 to 56 square meters. It's because of these funds and these savings which come in. So there are a lot of things which are contributed by communities so that at least bigger houses are built through their own internal support, which is conducted through the organization that comes by the savings that is done. So comes in the aspect of data collection that I mentioned earlier on as one of our pillars. So at this point, communities need to be organized. And when we say communities being organized, it's not just a matter of having communities, having meetings and all that. That is not the case. But they shall be organized in the sense that they understand how they look like in terms of numbers. So that in terms of engagement, they engage with the government, they have to demonstrate that they know that they are talking of. For example, being asked around the size of the population of their settlement that they are representing. And obviously, the first sign of disorganization comes from the response, which is very common, which says, we are many. How many people stay in your settlements? We are many, sibaningi, and all those kind of things. Then from there, you can't plan. So that is the power which happens. And in this aspect, it's not only the collection of data, but it's called a people collection process. You collect people's data, and then this is done by community members themselves. They are capacitated to do it. And then as soon as you collect the data, people want to follow up on that data. So in that way, they participate more in their own issues that they have. So in terms of data collection, we have got settlement profiling, that is understanding a profile of each and every informal settlement. So we have profiled over 2,600 informal settlements nationally. So in this way, communities have managed to get some valuable information towards the plans of their upgrading. And then we've got more than 218 settlements have been enumerated. That is, we have done a house-to-house or door-to-door data collection at household level, understanding the socio-economic status of each and every household that is found in that particular settlement. So in this way, this provides a very valuable data, which we then use for capacitating communities, for planning and all the engagements that happen. So in terms of engagements, exchanges, this we refer to it as the tool, the university of communities, where communities learn amongst each other or amongst other professionals, be it government officials and other stakeholders. So this is also used to make sure that people understand what others are doing and also how it can be translated into their own situations. So we've had quite a number of partnerships. So in this picture, we've got quite a number of very common and the very common faces. I can see there is Nelson Mandela. It was quite a long time ago. And also Mom Rose, who earlier said, no, she can't show her picture. I think you can see her when she was still very young. Therefore, you can compare I give you the privilege to compare the picture that you saw and what you see on this picture. So we've got even the international partners. We have also had partners with them. So in this way, as the partners grow, so they are done at various levels with the government, either at local government or provincial, all those kind of things. So in these partnerships, we've actually seen quite a lot of successful stories where we have even built over 20,000 houses constructed through the partnership, all starting during the tenure of the late minister, Ujo Slovo. So those are some of the things that we have seen, and even some upgrading that are happening right now across the country that we are busy with. It has also involved quite a lot of partnering with the government. So in terms of partnerships, we have signed quite a number of MOUs, which have actually worked quite a lot. So those partnerships, they sorry. I'm not sure what's happening with my I would just like to reshare again. I don't know what really happened on my side here. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sure. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I was still talking about the MOUs and MOAs that we have actually signed previously. We have signed with the City of Cape Town, Stellenbosch Municipality, Nelson Mandela Bay, eThekwini, Umsunduzi. So in those partnerships, we've done quite a lot because this has helped us to access more of the attention of the government, and also the government understanding the importance of having such partnerships, because in most cases, the access to communities, especially the informal side of the cities or towns, that's one of the most difficult thing to do in terms of engaging them. So for us, we play that bridge. So through these partnerships, we play that bridge of making sure that there is a proper engagement between the government and the people that they're supposed to provide care to. So in this case, we have seen a lot of things happening in terms of informal settlement upgrading, that is improvement of water and sanitation, solid waste management, and even the redesigning of shacks themselves through a concept called reblocking, whereby a settlement is reblocked so that it can, you'll see as we proceed, to improve the status of the household where they are living in, that is the structure, and even the access to those structures and other amenities that are needed by human beings. Okay. So in terms of partnerships, so in this picture, this was in the city of Cape Town, where it was an engagement between the department, informal settlement departments for city of Cape Town, and some few representatives from some informal settlements. The discussion was mainly about water and sanitation. So as you can see on those maps over there, they were indicating the actual positions where they are having issues, and the community-based planning, which was done by communities, where they feel the services can be brought in or the services can be improved, all those kind of things. So in that way, it helps in bringing communities together. They identify their needs, and then communities drive the discussions. And the discussions are not based mainly on some official sitting in an office planning on a map, but an official engaging with the direct beneficiaries or the same people that are facing that particular problem. So at the end of the day, it becomes a joint process of planning, and in that way the issues of budget are discussed and seen how best they can be utilized. So I will just run through quite a number of different projects that we have done. And these projects, they've got one main important thing as well, to impact policy, because the issue of informality, it seems, is something, it's a reality that's going to stay with us for quite some time. So definitely it has in one way, has an impact to the policy that we have, that is the national policy on housing and other related aspects. So we've got, for example, here the before picture, that's an informal settlement upgrading, the reblocking, the incremental self-built public space upgrade. So this was Flamingo informal settlement here in Cape Town. So this settlement was purely informal, as you can see, but it was transformed into something else through the reblocking process. So all this, it happened through the processes which involved engagement with the government. And our idea was that it will one day impact the policy in such a way that whilst the people are still waiting for a house or for some development to come, instead of them to continue staying in the before situation, as you can see, they can, even though still informal, but they can be staying in a more human space. So with this one, it's, even though they are not sure when exactly they will be moved to a better place, but at least they are staying or they are living in an area or in a space which is very accommodative to human beings. So we've got that kind of an impact. So in terms of policy, this we refer to as reblocking, but we are not sure whether the one that we have here in Cape Town right now under the Cape Town municipality, which is called super blocking, it's a concept which came up after the issue of when we started the issue of reblocking. So I'm not sure whether it's highly related through this kind of pilot projects that we've demonstrated or not, but at least we are happy that reblocking has seen something called super blocking, which still needs to be explained further, especially on the side of City of Cape Town municipality. And then we've got the people's housing processes, the 16,000 houses that have been built. As you can see, that is Duduza in Johannesburg, in Gauteng. So that house was also built through a PHP process, where the community members themselves had to take care of the development. So that's why you see the house the way it is, and also most and this type and all that, they are usually a little bit smaller, because the service provider, who is the contractor that's employed, will need to survive as well from that particular subsidy which they get from the government. So the approach of PHP, it reduces it minimizes all those chances, hence providing a space to get bigger houses and all that. So we hope, even though there is little mention about the PHP these days, but I think since I'm talking to the parliament representatives, I think is something that we definitely need to continue looking into, so that we get more of these, not obviously some of the things that we encounter as we move around, the issue of the matchbox houses and all that, which is sometimes an insult to our government when people talk about those kind of things and to talk negatively around the kind of development which they would have received from the government. So with these kind of approaches, I think it can help as well in improving the picture which the government is seen by the people that is supposed to provide care to. Yeah, so the informal settlement upgrading. I don't know, Tembi, is it possible that maybe you can come in at this point? My other colleague, Tembi, might.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tembelisha Nika, and I work for Cork as program support. I think due to time, I'm not going to go in deeply into this project. Blessing and Mum Rose has mentioned that we've done a couple of precedent-setting projects across the country, the EPHB project being one. Currently, we are testing what happens after reblocking. Pardon? We are testing what happens after reblocking, looking at our tools, at savings and also community-led processes. Next slide, please. So we're testing this concept in Langrach, which is in Franschhoek under Stellenbosch municipality. We have a very loose agreement with Stellenbosch municipality regarding implementation of this project. Next slide, Blessing. Due to non-existent regulatory framework to support formally building incrementally within an informal settlement project. So the municipality lacks guidelines, but the purpose of this project was to surface what are those guidelines. I think Budzama did mention issues of compliance. So what are the compliance issues this project surfaces? Next slide, Blessing. But I think most importantly, looking at the landscape of, next slide, Blessing. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So I think one of the important, no, the slide before that. Thank you. So I think one of the important issue looking at how housing delivery is happening and trying to test how feasible it is to do an incremental self-built housing typology. Looking at providing a starter unit, which is looking at a foundation, shed walls, and a roof, and communities coming together through their savings to complete their structures. So we've already worked with the community of Langrach on building 7 units. This slide, Blessing. Where once we've built those starter kits, community using their own savings in terms of enclosing their structures. So this is a phase where you see that communities using their own resources in terms of enclosing their structures. It was not an easy sell, looking at people still expecting housing. So it was a very difficult, a very hard sell. But after we built these units from the community. However, next slide, Blessing. Next slide. So as you can see, that community still, continue investing in their own structures. And next slide. I think almost done. Next slide. So we would like to use this project as a learning center and creating learning platforms as to what is truly feasible in terms of people building for themselves with the support from government, and what will need to happen in terms of, in terms of providing that technical support, but also looking into some of our lessons from EPHP and also reblocking project, and also unpacking some of these stumbling blocks that we have encountered through this project. Next slide. I think the next 2 projects were, next slide, Blessing. So this is just showing in terms of precedent-setting projects what we have done in terms of the informal settlements space, from reblocking to where we are now in terms of testing incremental housing typologies. I think the next 2 projects you can just browse through, and as I have a chat, Blessing, about using public open space as leveraging resources from municipality and public spaces as placemaking. These were just some of the projects that also under Stellenbosch municipality that we did with regards to upgrading a small piece of land and using that to leverage more upgrading opportunity through the municipality. You can just quickly go through. I think the next one is also, we are not Cape Town based. We've got other projects as well in KZN, where we also looking at public space upgrading, but looking at our income generation and also through urban farming. So this project is ongoing currently under eThekwini municipality. That is also done with the eThekwini municipality. I think you can just scroll through, Blessing. This is just what to show in terms of where the project is. Yeah. So this is about data. So we're not just, it's data embedded as well. You can just scroll through, Blessing. I think the slides we had Botswana student coming through as a learning and taking those learnings back to Botswana as practitioners.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the next one is around livelihoods after this one.
Yes. Can you see the slide?
Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of livelihoods, we have got quite a lot of projects that are linked to livelihood improvement. That is but in this case, we just share around the urban farming that that we are doing, which falls under Social Employment Fund and the Industrial Development Corporation, which is IDC. So all this is supported through the President's Office, which is a stimulus project. I think it came as a result of the impact of the COVID pandemic, which left quite a lot of people unemployed. So it was brought in so that it creates the space for people to stimulate the survival of people that have faced quite a challenging period. So we've got the methodology of this farming is also to utilize the small available urban spaces where the crops are not grown actually directly on ground like we know when it comes to farming. So in this case, it's a technology where grow bags are used. As you can see, most of the farms that we have in various provinces where we are doing this urban farming, I think they've got more than 2,500 grow bags with various kind of crops which they are using for their own livelihoods, and also they have even gone as far as formally commercializing their gardens, in the sense that they provide to bigger markets and they are recognized in quite a number of spaces. So in this way, they earn a lot of income through the basic stipends that they get and even the sales that they do. So this, in terms of employment, we have got 40 urban farms across the country, employing more than 1,500 people. So it's quite a very big project, which has helped especially the youths to understand the concept of agriculture and use it for their own benefit, not to just, be people who are doing nothing and not employed. So this provided them the space for them to be employed and also to gain the knowledge of the agriculture. Because like this past week, I had a chance of engaging some of the participants who said they never thought about doing any farming in their life, but with the kind of training that they've got through this program, they can now manage to run their own small gardens or even expand them into commercial the way these ones have been expanded. So our bigger picture, we have to be clear that what we have demonstrated is not that it's actually the final to everything, but it can help if taken into consideration these partnerships and all that. We can have a collective way of getting lasting solutions to the situations that we are facing, and also making it easier for the engagement of communities, especially either ways. Communities engaging their government and government engaging their communities. So it's very much important to take it that way, and also the citywide approaches to service delivery, and also informal settlement upgrading. So the most important thing again is that we want to continue building partnerships with local, provincial, and even national governments across all the multiple departments, be it agriculture, human settlements, all those kind of departments that we have. So we are in the space that learning shall not end, and it has to be done in such a way that no one is left behind, because usually things fail because someone from the top just comes in and impose the different plans which might be looking good but not really compatible or interesting or acceptable by the beneficiaries that are intended to receive it. So being inclusive and participatory, whereby the bottom-up approach, considering communities on ground to make a positive contribution or be given a space in those planning tables and all the engagements, so that when it comes to implementation, we'll know that no one is left behind and it will be a collective kind of an effort. Otherwise, thank you very much. Zimunya Makhanda ziyekwe. Singakhuluma lize lishone ilanga. Enkosi, ngiyabonga kakhulu. Ngiyalibonga. Thank you.
Can I close the presentation by saying we would like to see the Department of Human Settlement reviving the PHP policy and also insert the technical support that we need on the ground when we do our housing development. And then again, we know that South Africa Human Settlement have signed the Global Action Plan with the UN Habitat. We really want to see a structure that can be established and formalized, whereby together we can work in the implementation of the Global Action Plan for upgrading of informal settlements. And the other thing that we are requesting to see happening, to open again the doors for subsidies for PHP, where we are able to build our houses with the technical support that is given through national, provincial, and municipal level. And then also other grants that are relevant for the implementation of community-driven developments. We really want to get the education around that matter so that we can be able to tap in and influence the support for those kind of grants. And then we also request to have the co-production of our housing development. We really, as Blessing was saying, leaving no one behind. Right now, we are coming from the UN Habitat World Urban Forum, and the theme of the forum was housing the world. So, and then Baku for action. So we would like to see us working together with the human settlement in action to implement more and more units of houses to our people. The Global Land Tool Network that South Africa has also agreed with the UN Habitat. We want to see our inclusive development, the face of the community, being recognized strongly so that it can be easy to implement these policies. Finally, I would like to request that we have an institutional arrangement around all the civil societies and the department so that we can work together and implement housing delivery, implement the white paper, implement the policy on housing, strengthening the communities, empowering women, availing finances so that we can do our development at scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Those are the presentations from the organizations that are trying to assist people in getting their roofs over their heads. And they've also made their submissions, their request to make sure that there is better coordination. Let me give this opportunity to the DG to make his comments, and then we allow members to engage with the presentation. There's somebody with an iPhone. May you please
I have thought it's question time, but I will wait. Thank you.
Yes, no, there's an iPhone. If you can identify yourself, otherwise the secretary will have to remove you from the platform. iPhone, who's that one?
Might be Patrick Matemela.
Who?
Patrick Matemela.
Matsemera.
Yes, sir. Let me just change my name. It should highlight. If it's not me, then it's someone else. But let me just do my.
Tammy. Now there's Tammy who's speaking, and there's an iPhone. Somebody with an iPhone. Can you see that, Secretary?
Yes, Chairperson, there is Tammy. Tammy is fine. There is Tammy must just write his or her surname, and iPhone need to write in full, and also the A55 Blade also needs to write his or her name in full. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, let's do that. Because if you don't do that, we may be for ZTE Blade A55 also. Let me allow the DG to make his comment, and then we go to questions by members or engagements. DG?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee and to all the stakeholders the committee has invited this morning. Chairperson, we appreciate the invitation to this meeting and wish to confirm that we believe it is long overdue and that we are happy that the committee in its busy program has found it necessary to engage with the stakeholders in the sector. We echo your viewpoints that this is a multiplier force for us. It's those stakeholders that look at areas of focus and areas of work that the department does not necessarily play in the mainstream in that. And we think that the effort is quite complementary in terms of the work that we do and what the NGOs are doing in the sector. And even of importance is that we value the voice of these NGOs and we also value the work that they do. As you may have had all the presentations as they were being given, you would see similarities of thought and of thought process in terms of this. We are quite aligned and not far off each other in terms of the thinking, and more so because on policy making process and in our reference groups, we from time to time engage with SDI and with these NGOs on all our platforms to ensure that they can influence the policy outcomes of the department and shape the policy outlook and vision. And this is reflective even during the white paper process. Chairperson, you may know that we engaged these NGOs extensively, and there has been participation. Ndifuna Ukwazi had made even written inputs to the process itself, and also SDI had participated extensively in the reference groups. And we continue to work with the NGOs. We have had this morning the proposition that perhaps we consider a platform of stakeholders that can sit on a regular basis. It's something we will take home and consider seriously. And again, we know that individually with these NGOs who have been engaging on a number of programmatic areas, even with SDI, we're looking specifically now at reviving the people housing process and getting it back on track, and to ensure that we give it new feet and new energy. And we also find a way of resolving the procurement challenges besetting the program. And we know that the public procurement bill is not making us any favors in terms of the outlook of the methodology of implementation of the program, but yet we are committed to finding practical ways in which we can give it a meaning to its implementation and express our will in terms of getting it done. And that's one of the delivery methodologies for delivering housing to our people. So we'll continue. We do commit to continue talking to the NGOs, working closely with them, consulting them on all key policy areas, and in making sure that in the overall we are aligned. And as you may be aware, for instance, what DAG is dealing with, you may also be aware that this is not the space we as a department play in directly, but it is a space we truly recognize and support. And our white paper does recognize this market in terms of the rental stock that is being provided in townships and communities on a small scale. It complements the efforts of what we are doing with the Shara on a larger scale. And we believe that there is a role and place for each of these two interventions at different levels in this regard. So, Chairperson, thank you very much for the invitation, and as cities, we would continuously engage with the stakeholders and ensure that we remain aligned. Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much, DG. I think if you can formalize it, either your office or you delegate to one DDG, so there's coordination and have that engagement, and from there you can develop a way forward. I think that's what they are asking. Let me allow honorable members to engage. Honorable Poole, followed by Honorable Gamed. Honorable Poole, you are on the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let I rather put off my video because I'm still driving and I might lose signal. Chair, yes. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, and good morning to everybody on the platform. Chairperson, I believe and I want to reaffirm my support and also my party support for the constitutional protections contained in the PI Act. However, we also believe that the law must be responsive to the realities faced by municipalities, communities, and the millions of South Africans who have waited patiently and lawfully for housing opportunities. The challenge is to find a fair balance between compassion, legality, and sustainable human settlements. My question to Ndifuna Ukwazi, Chair, is your organization has played an important role in advancing housing rights and ensuring compliance with constitutional protections. However, municipalities consistently raise concerns about unlawful occupation, growing service delivery pressures, and the impact on housing allocation process. In your view, how should Parliament strike a balance between protecting vulnerable occupiers and protecting the interests of millions of South Africans who remain on housing waiting lists and have complied the legal processes? Question 2, given your extensive litigation experience under the PI Act, are there aspects of the current legislative framework that could be improved without undermining constitutional protections, particularly in relation to preventing new unlawful occupations, improving dispute resolutions, and reducing lengthy litigations processes? Question 3, you have argued for the release of well-located public land for affordable housing. To what extent do you believe the failure to release such land contributes to unlawful occupation, and what specific interventions should government prioritize to address this challenge? Questions to DEC, Chair. First question, much of the debate around land occupation focuses on enforcement after occupations have occurred. Based on DEC's experience, what practical measures can government implement to reduce the conditions that give rise to unlawful occupation in the first place? Second question to DEC, has demonstrated success in affordable housing, inclusionary housing, and township development initiatives. What are the key legislative, financial, or institutional barriers preventing these models from being replicated at scale across municipalities? Question 3, the department has set ambitious targets for informal settlement upgrading. In your experience, what distinguish municipalities that successfully upgrade informal settlements from those that repeatedly fail to move from planning to implementation? And questions for SA SDI Alliance. Question 1. One concern frequently raised by communities is the perception that unlawful occupation may undermine fairness for those who have waited years under housing databases. How can community-led upgrading models be structured in a manner that promotes inclusion while maintaining confidence in the integrity of housing allocation systems? Question 2, the Langere project highlights several regulatory obstacles to incremental and community-led housing delivery. If Parliament could prioritize one legislative or regulatory reform to unlock these models nationally, what would it be? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Poole. Please note those questions will be given an opportunity to answer. Honorable Gamede.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Secretary, can you release my video? Chairperson, I had a problem last time. The system kicked me out. When I came back, I couldn't stop it. Can you assist, Secretary? Chairperson.
Yes, I'm listening to you.
Can the Secretary assist? It says you cannot start your video because the host has disabled it. Can she enable my video?
Okay, Secretary.
Okay, Chair.
It's still unable.
But are you able to continue in the meantime? As she's working on that one.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks. Let me first greet the portfolio committee members, our support staff, and also the department led by the DG, and also greetings to all the presenters. SDI, Ndifuna Ukwazi, DAG. Honorable Paul, your organization must find you a driver. We want you alive in this committee. On a lighter note, my member. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me first start with the SA SDI. The Langrak incremental self-building project, I think it's on page, I'll touch page 16 and page 24, is arguable one of the most honest demonstration of what community-led housing can look like in practice. Shacks replaced by double-story structures built on existing footprint with residents like Nomzamo investing their own resources into finishing their homes. What strikes you is not the architect, but the integrity. These are people who were not handed houses. They built them, they themselves. The distinction matters enormously in a country where housing delivery has too often created dependency rather than agents. My question, Chairperson, let me quickly rush to page 27. Page 27 currently lists lack of capacity in getting the community to drive the project. The project is still NGO driven as a challenge. After years of investment in the community organizing savings groups and exchanges, what honest structural analysis has Alliance conducted to understand why community ownership of the process remains elusive, and at what point does continued NGO leadership risk undermining the very bottom-up philosophy the model is built on? Chairperson, I will send my recommendations to all of them through the secretary. Let me quickly rush to Ndifuna Ukwazi. The map on page 9 is quietly devastating. Site after site in the Wetstock and Salt River corridor carries the same annotation: land not yet released, or worse, land released but ground not broken. The Pickwick Road Transitional Housing Project, completed in 2019, housing just 19 families, stands as the lone green tick on the map. That's a decade of advocacy, litigation, and negotiation has produced housing for 19 families in one of Cape Town's most contested corridors. Should unsettle every member of the community, far more than it apparently has. It is precisely because organizations like Ndifuna Ukwazi are doing the difficult work of rich litigation and community organizing that the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements must move beyond passive reception of such presentation. Honorable Chairperson, on our study tour, the Mina Casa Mina Vita my program, the translators, My House, My Life, and the role of community entities in Brazil experience actually offers one of the most instructive global examples of how a national government can deliberately structure its housing program to recognize resource and collaborate with community-based organizational actors. Brazil's experience demonstrates that the question is not whether government should support such organizations, but how to structure that support so that it amplifies community agency without creating dependence, and shows accountability without bureaucratic suffocation, and produces housing that is well located, dignified, and sustainable. On page 7, presented a compelling feasibility case that 4 state-owned parking lots in Cape Town CBD could yield 969 social housing units, 969 market-related units, and transitional housing for 732 people. Given that this analysis, already exists, what specific legal, political or bureaucratic mechanism is currently blocking the release of these publicly owned parcels? And has Ndifuna Ukwazi received any formal written responses from either the City of Cape Town or the Western Cape government explaining the delay? That's my question to Ndifuna Ukwazi. Let me go to the Development Action Group. The scale between DH's direct delivery, 39 million rents unblocked for 239 and 33 rental units in Cape Town Township, and the 24,729 exclusionary housing unit approved in Johannesburg alone raises a provocative tension. Is the organization's grassroots model, however impactful, structural, capable of meeting the magnitude of South Africa's housing crisis, or does it risk becoming a boutique solution to a systemic emergency? On page 7 and also on page 27, I think I have this question. The 2026 program map lists Asivigelane hubs and the contractor and developer academy as district work stream. Yet the 3,038 service delivery improvement on page 27 appear to sit entirely within the informal settlements track. How does DAG measure whether gains in service delivery translate into the kind of tenure security and spatial integration that the people-led housing pipelines ultimately requires? Chairperson, like I said, I'll just send my recommendations to our secretary. Let me just afford them space to make their comment or responses. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jitebe.
Good morning, Chair. I will just briefly show my face. I hope you can see me. Can you, Chair?
I see a red tie.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Chair, let me thank, first of all, greetings to you, Chair, members of the committee, our DG and the entire executive accompanying him, the organizations, SDI, the Ndifuna Ukwazi, and pardon me, the other important organization, I think the Federation, Mama Rose, etc. And this chairperson, I think, is probably the third interaction between us and these organizations. And I'd like to thank your stewardship as far as ensuring that we are kept irrevocably steered on the tram lines when it comes to having an approach or assuming a posture that is responsive to the basic needs of our people, as indeed the reconstruction and development based document would have directed us to do. And indeed, not least our constitution and a whole series of other interventions, white papers, etc. And I'd like to thank the organizations for very comprehensive, rich data that they have shared with us. And I hope that we will be able, in our various constituencies, we'll be able to use that data, particularly as we interface with them, the department and other role players. I was a little surprised that they work even with organizations, and not least, and not that that is the only important jurisdiction, the Lincoln Institute. You will remember, Chairperson, when we went to the WOOF in Cairo, I think that's where we met the Lincoln Institute and other such organizations. So the whole idea of the learning ecosystem of the University of Communities, where deep dive is being done to share experiences, is something that is very important. And I agree with our Director General that from a bottom-up approach, or a bottom-up perspective or vantage point, indeed, these organizations do play an important role in setting the agenda and helping to influence the formulation of policy and, of course, monitoring its implementation to the extent that they represent people directly on the ground. Chairperson, let me then get to my questions. Both the SDI, the Federation, Ndifuna Ukwazi, etc., an impassioned plea has been made that the department must not, abandon the people's housing process. I can attest to that. I know quite a number of people, and not least my own sister, who actually took part in the PHP. Of course, government funded, but it provided them with an opportunity to choose what their unit would look like, whether there would be a toilet inside or outside, etc. And that is quite an empowering thing. So I think if the department could perhaps comment on that, on the basis of our pivoting towards serviced sites, because of a fiscally constrained envelope, as we said during our budget vote 33, and acknowledged those reductions, etc. So we must be innovative. Now, with regards to the in-situ upgrade in the UISP, etc., as the organizations themselves have said, and we know there's about 7 billion rand set aside by the department for purposes of the upgrade of informal settlements. However, that too is not sufficient, given that we have well over 4,200 informal settlements across the country. And indeed, we commend the department for having directed provinces to at least set aside 10 informal settlements, particularly at phase 3, so that they can get started with those. And I think all other provinces need to act agilely and quite urgently on that. So that's the first one for the department. And the floodline issues, there are instances when there are very good intentions, Chair, to do an in-situ upgrading, but if you have not complied with phase 1, which is the geotechnical surveys, etc., so that you look at the topography, you then avoid settling people where there's a flood line. We know of a number of instances where a particular township has been established with all the good intentions and oftentimes with external pressure to resettle people, but 5 years down the line with climate change and whole range of other climate issues, people get flooded, and now there are requests for soil, rock, etc. And oftentimes in the aftermath or ex post facto, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to lift people a bit so that they don't get flooded in their homes when it rains. Now, on the socioeconomic issues, we commend what SDI has informed us about regarding the intervention in urban farming, etc. But I think it's important, Chairperson, for me that we go beyond that, because that is only a small part of the so-called township or rural economy. We need to look at the broad spectrum, among others, of the circular economy, and infuse that with the digital economy. These days, what even just generative AI can do for you, let alone agentic AI, is mind-blowing, so to speak. So I think we need to explore those, but it is also a challenge to the department to ensure that all other role players are brought on board, your other entities of state, like your Water Research Commission, non-sewer sanitation for those communities, etc. So with regards to what the other organizations, Ndifuna Ukwazi and sorry, I forget the name. Okay, it's SDI and the other one. If you look at the Lorry Park situation, we know at the moment that tomorrow there is a court case in which the Democratic Alliance is intent on interdicting the movement of people there. Now, my question would be, how, on the one hand, do we ensure that is in Mangaung, that the advantages of land value capture all the social infrastructure, economic infrastructure that exists in certain particular neighborhoods, and sometimes just on the shoulder of or on the periphery of that particular long-established neighborhood, there is a parcel of land, such as is the case with Lorry Park. How do you then intervene yourselves collectively so that you pull your resources to help make even those that might be overly litigious understand why it is important to coexist in the true spirit of the Constitution of our country, democratic values, human rights, and social justice? And lastly, Chairperson, how do these organizations ensure that, for example, I've mentioned the figure of over 4,200 informal settlements. It's important that we act proactively. Government, no doubt, is well-intentioned, but we do understand the rapid urbanization and movement of people. Honorable Poole has already spoken about the PI Amendment Act, etc. All those uncontrollable variables, how do we ensure that we act in concert with the department, with government, so that we, as far as possible, lessen all these implications and particularly ramifications arising from, occupation of land, etc., so that we focus seriously on social and economic inclusion for our people. I know that I've asked a number of questions. Each organization will decide which one it picks, but there are those specific ones which I have directed to the department. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kekile.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honorable members, DG and the team, our stakeholders, our support staff. Chairperson, can I switch off my, camera, please? Let me welcome the presentations, Chairperson. They were very informative, and really for me, they've opened my eyes, and appreciate the good work that our stakeholders are doing to help our community and to help the government. I fully support the input by the DG that whatever that the stakeholders have raised should be attended to as a matter of urgency. My first input is with regard to the issue the use of the parking area to build houses. I'm not sure if the researcher did a thorough job as to where are now people going to park when they visit the parliament. The second one, Ndifuna Ukwazi, the issue of the law pillar. They've indicated that they used to have a lawyer. I'm not sure as to how are they now assisted? And then let me go to DAC. I've seen most of the stakeholders, they are focusing more on the cities. Is there any intention of extending the support to other areas like our townships? And then the SASD, I've got a question with regard to the Langrech informal settlement. The presentation indicated that 14% of those people, they've illegally connected electricity. I want to know what is it that they are doing about that matter? And are they getting any support from the municipality or from ESCOM with regard to this illegal connection? They also indicated that at times they experience challenges between the project needs, community needs, the municipality needs. I want to know what were the identified challenges and how were they handled. Thank you, Chairperson. That is all that I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. I think, I thought it's the last question. The last one will be Honorable Frenchman.
Welcome back, Sisi.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to all present on the platform. Chairperson, I have a recommendation. I don't have any questions. I would like to say that we have this organization speaking about building affordable housing and social housing, but then in the same breath, we are talking about upgrading informal settlements. Doing this will only increase the establishment of informal settlements. So I propose that the committee and the department that we sit down and have an actual discussion around this, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll give that recommendation to the DG to transmit it to the minister. I think we are agreeing that there's a need for a proper discussion. We'll see how to structure it. Can I give this opportunity to our organizations to respond? I'll start with Ndifuna Ukwazi, followed by DEC, then followed by Alliance. Then the last will be the department. Ndifuna Ukwazi.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to answer the questions. Although I must admit, some questions I didn't get them clear. But if there is a question that I'm not answering, can a person who asked it remind me? I'm going to start with the first question. I think the first question was balancing between protecting vulnerable occupiers and protecting the interest of millions of South Africans who remain on housing waiting lists. Ndifuna Ukwazi as an organization is we've got a law department or lawyers there. So whatever we do is within the constitution or the legal framework of the country. The question about, I think I've got this question many times from Democratic Alliance, where they are saying their argument is that the people that occupied buildings or occupied spaces are queue jumpers. I think it's mostly phrased like that. if they can do a proper research, everyone who is South African and occupied a building that is in inner city, whether it's AKH or IGH or any building, all those people that are there, they can find them in their housing waiting list. The reason for occupying most of the time is when there is it's always a desperate plea, not an illegal waiting list jumping. So all the people that are in occupations are also in the waiting list. And we are not asking the government to make them the first priority. But because they are already in that house and they've got a history of being there and the reasons of being there, can we make sure that when we are reimagining a building occupation, we also take into account the people that are already there so that we don't find ourselves having to evict them to a far away area than the area that they have already made life on. I think that is my answer there. On the question about PI Amendment or PI Act, it is important to emphasize that PI Act is important and it's the last defense for people that are that are homeless, and like I would submit that more power or more I will submit that more power can be like capacitated or can be given to rental housing tribunal, because they are the ones who do the whole work of intervening between the landlord disputes before even the matter go to litigation. Also, there are the applications that I talked about, like those campaigns. It will be nice to actually look at those campaigns and see those as mechanisms that will help people to gain access to land. And by virtue of that, then people would not be caught in situations of having to prefigure housing solutions through occupations. So that is our view on the PI Act and its importance. I think the third question was, to what extent do you believe that the failure to release such land contributes to unlawful occupation? I don't know if it's the failure to release land or it's the failure to develop and release the land and prioritize the vulnerable people. The first two occupations were not as a result of failure of releasing land, were a symbol that shows that we've got a housing crisis in South Africa, which I think it was downplayed that time by our government. So we don't say people should occupy buildings. No, that is not the stand of Ndifuna Ukwazi. We are actively saying the ones that are already there and the ones the houses that are already there. We must not miss the opportunity of using the abandoned buildings as a way of a way of providing housing. We must not miss that opportunity. We must look at that opportunity as one of the ways that we can repurpose and give people housing. I think those were the three. On Honorable Tulan, I didn't get the surname quite well. Yes, map number 9. I don't think in my slides I explained that map today. Map number 9 is we've done that map long time ago, and it's still more or less like that. Even the sites those were the 11 sites now. Even the sites that are released now. Releasing a site doesn't mean you've got doesn't mean that is the end all. What we need in a released house or in a released piece of land, we need development so that we can see our people getting into well-located areas where they will be able to do their livelihoods. Minyakasa, Minyavita, you talked about that. That is the research that we've done also. I know that this was not a question. That is the research that we've done also in Brazil and Argentina, where I think when I was doing my presentation, I talked about things like social housing. And I was like, you are going to rent until what end? If you do your research properly in the Global South in Brazil and Argentina, you will know that they've got also a social housing, but at the end of the day, a person owns that house. So as a country, I think what is important is the property value versus social value of land. I'm not against a property value, but I'm saying we are missing a point when we are not looking at the social value of land, especially if we want to, now that we are in this housing crisis. Yeah, and I think there was a question about the parking lots and what is the response. We had there are first Thursdays that we normally attend. And on the first Thursdays, that is where we ask these questions directly to the ministers or like Western Cape province ministers and the municipality. Every time when we're talking about the parking lots and giving them what we've already done and what is possible there, they always say, yes, the parking lots will really yield a lot of housing, but I think it's more a political will than people not seeing what is possible there. I'm gonna answer this question together with one of the last questions where they were asked, where Honorable Betty was asking where are the people going to park. If you've seen the parking lot in I think it's in, what is this, Ruland Street, it is so huge. And most of the time, it is not full. I don't think we are calling for the whole parking lot to be developed into housing. Also, there is also a government garage that is empty and not far from the parking lot. I think we can use we can start using a space differently. And especially in the crisis that we are having now. Ndifuna ukwazi submissions, and we are open to negotiating a space. We are open to other views. For example, if you feel that then there won't be parking, then we can use a government garage for something else and use another space for something else. It's not the final edit all, but we are just showing people what is possible. What was the other question? Release of land and okay, there was a question about law. Ne? Okay. I don't think you understood me when I was talking about we had one lawyer. We had one lawyer in 2011, ne? Before, when it was still a research organization. Now we've got 3 pillars of Ndifuna Ukwazi. We've got research, we've got a law clinic with, I don't know how many lawyers we've got now. I think we've got 3 or 4 lawyers. Those are the ones that are actually doing the litigation. And then we've got the organizers, the ones that are actually working on the ground with people. I'm not sure if there was any other question that I might have skipped.
Okay, thank you. They will check and they will indicate. Let's go to deck. Thanks very much, Nozi.
Thanks a lot, Chair. I will start and then Helen will finish off. I think for me, I'll start on the issue of the affordable rental in the township areas, small scale rental. I think for me, the work that we are doing within the township areas talks to township economy. We are engaging with emerging construction companies, making sure that they understand the compliance. And one of the tools that we use is CIDP growth. We assist emerging construction companies to move from CIDP grading 1 to CIDP grading 4. Once someone is in CIDP grading 4, that person can be in a position to create employment opportunities within his space, but also be in a position to tender for government jobs within his geographic area, but also outside of his geographic area. And for me, the contractors that we are training, we tap into the work that is created by the micro developers who are building rental stock in the township areas. For example, if someone is building 4 units, around 1.2 million will be used to build that 4 units. And that particular contractor will be in a position to move from CIDP grading 1 to CIDP grading 3. We have got a customized training program here in Cape Town, but also we've got a customized training program that we are doing in partnership with Planet. That means the scaling up of our work, because we understand that township economy is one of the economic development issues that needs to be revived. So there will be opportunities for contractors in the building of the rental stock. There will be opportunities for the micro developers, but then we also saw property management companies that are women-led being started in the township areas. But the work that we are doing around affordable housing does not only speak to the townships. For example, we have been saying to the different cities, there might be pieces of land that are not big enough to be given to social housing institutions. How do we then, cities, target those pieces of land and package them so that they can be released to the micro developers? I think for me, the other issue of scaling up, we're also engaging with NGOs outside of Cape Town, because we understand that small scale rental is not just something that is happening in Cape Town, but it's happening across the different metros. So the work is an entry level to property development within the micro developer space, where we've linked them to big developers like the Western Cape Property Development Forum. But the challenge remains regulatory reforms needs to take place. For example, I know that at a national level, now they are busy drafting a policy around how different metros can start to support micro developers in the different metros. I think the other one for me will be informal settlement, where I would say at times we are stuck in the informal settlement space, currently not moving from planning to implementation. I think one of the things that we've observed is there isn't effective engagements that are taking place between the communities and government when it comes to informal settlement upgrading. I think at times we don't get into those difficult conversations. For example, I always say in each and every informal settlement, especially in the big metros, there's non-qualifiers. We might put out targets to say, in this year, we are going to release this number of sites, or we're going to develop and upgrade these informal settlements. But we don't have difficult engagements on the ground to better understand context within different informal settlements. There's non-qualifiers who are South Africans. There's non-qualifiers who are undocumented foreign nationals in all the informal settlements. And we are saying, how do we start to have those difficult conversations and be innovative in assisting the metros to deal with that? Because if we're not going to be doing that, unfortunately, each and every year we'll come up with targets, but will not be in a position to upgrade those informal settlements. I think the other one around issues of small scale rental, the money to build the units is not coming from government. But then we are saying there should be incentives that are coming from government to assist the micro developers. The money is coming from private sector, your Umastand, your Bidprop. But then we are saying, because access to finance remains the biggest challenge, there's NHFC. How do institutions like NHFC start to have financial packages that speak to their realities on the ground, but then also being assisted in engaging the traditional banks? I normally say the traditional banks are willing to give Zama a loan to buy a polo. Zama stays in Delft, but the same Zama will never be given money to build rental stock in the township areas. So those are some of the challenges that we are faced with when it comes to affordable rental. I think lastly for me, before I hand over to Helen, the role of built environment professionals. As DEG, we are saying everyone has got a role to play. Municipalities have got a role to play. National Treasury has got a role to play in terms of infrastructure improvement and grants. National government has got a role to play in terms of coming up with a framework that will assist different municipalities. But then NGOs have got a role to play that is not played by government. And then we're also engaging with the small-scale developers themselves, training them so that they can be responsible developers who are not building on top of city infrastructure. Helen?
Thank you, Sama. And thank you so much for the questions. And I think this has been a very rich engagement. I wanted to, perhaps combine a couple of questions. The one is really, I think, a question, Conrad and Sello, you both raised some issues which struck me that we're at a point now where we're needing to have some very tough and I think some very difficult conversations, particularly with regards to what is driving this affordability housing crisis that we're sitting with at the moment. We know that there are some deep structural and systemic issues that's driving affordability. It's no longer a temporary issue within South Africa, and we are in fact sitting with quite a serious crisis, not only at the sort of deepest parts of the market, but in fact in the sort of growing middle, which we know is now hollowing out. And so the question is, how are we going to respond strategically
to this in a way which is much more proactive, much more structural. And I think we need to be talking to issues around what this means to potentially start to play in both either an interventionist type of role in terms of how we understand the market. And the Brazilians, in fact, are very clear about this in, for example, the city statutes, where they talk about things like land speculation becoming highly dysfunctional, and in fact put measures in place, in fact have some of the most sophisticated land value capture mechanisms to be able to then respond to that. But I think equally it's also saying, and I think we need to be honest as part of this, is that 30 years in, have we in fact been able to keep up with delivery? And if we're looking at the sort of the state of social housing subsidies, there's a growing concern, which we are detecting from many of the cities that we're working with across South Africa, not only just the metros, but even the intermediate cities, around what this means in terms of the provision of affordable housing. And I think there's a growing question around what does it mean to enable the private sector? What does that look like? And in particular, what does that mean both at the small scale? So it's talking about sort of the micro developers, the small scale developers that Zama is referring to, but equally, what does this mean in terms of the larger developers, in particular, looking at issues around well-located land? And so a lot of the work that we've been trying to do, particularly with cities, is to help them to streamline their land release processes so that they do in fact translate into delivery, both in terms of being able to realize social housing, but more and more, I think the discussion's going, what does this mean if the private sectors begin to intervene in this space? And that raises a much more fundamental question for me, which is both an opportunity, but also a concern, is around how do we ensure the deepest down affordability? So are we going to need to lean into where Operation Vulindlela is suggesting with regards to issues around rental subsidies, for example? Are we going to need to be looking at tax rebates, in particular a revision of the UDZ to support rental? And I'm thinking specifically here even for inner city Joburg, which is in quite a critical moment in terms of having to really achieve some quite deep down rentals. And then combined with that is the sort of the package of incentives that municipalities have available to them. So I think there's a question for me around, if we are going to begin to enable the private sector, what does it mean in order for us to think about the sort of this growing nexus between land planning, housing, and finance, particularly at a metro level, as part of the enablement? But then combined with that, what are the conditions or the mechanisms that are going to be needed or imperative to ensure that we don't see projects, new housing units, homes, essentially being downward rated or lost to the market? So that's also going to require us to think much more tactically, much more strategically into how do we think about alternative tenure? What are the opportunities around community land trusts? So we're beginning to start looking at some of this work. What does that mean, particularly for the urban context? So I think, so for me, so the issue is how do we think about affordability and what's the role in terms of the enablement that the state can play? And for the department, what does that mean in terms of supporting municipalities to structure that package of incentives, but also the conditions to protect and secure long term? In large part as a recognition that we need to be intervening much more structurally in some of these issues. The other question around impact and sort of how we scale these initiatives. So Stellenbosch, Johannesburg, obviously at the moment are the two that are sort of, I suppose, leading in thinking about inclusionary housing. But in our recent work at a provincial level in the Western Cape, we're now seeing through some recent housing markets that have been studied, that have been conducted for both George, Mossel Bay, Saldanha, B2 and Drakenstein, that there is a massive gap and that there are strong recommendations towards adopting inclusionary housing. They're seeing sort of huge cliffs in terms of affordability, very top high-end delivery in the sort of luxury markets, but then it kind of dropping off and not seeing anything in the middle at all. So they're suggesting that they move towards adopting inclusionary housing. Again, the question always with inclusionary housing, keeping in mind that it's actually a land use planning instrument, is to a large extent, how do we ensure that we get the sort of the biggest impact from this? And so the biggest question I think cities get often confronted with, what's your objective? Is it about making a an impact in terms of spatial transformation and unlocking housing opportunities in well-located parts of the city, or is it about increasing supply? And somewhere between that, one wants to be able to find a happy medium in terms of feasibility. So not all units need to be built on site. There are options, in fact, in a lot of cities across the world where you might even do on-site, or you might even take something like a fee in lieu, which is a charge. So I think that there's definitely scope for us to think about scaling. We're always so mindful, though, that we, even when we talk about inclusionary housing, this is not a silver bullet. It has to be seen as part of a series or a sequence of interventions, in large part towards supporting and enabling, in this particular instance, the private sector, in this case, to be able to deliver in exchange for what the municipality is often and has historically provided for free, which is large rezonings, additional bulk. And in this instance, saying, we're asking you to share in that value. So I think that, expanding that is important. It plays a particular segment in the market. So I think, and then also just to comment on Lincoln, just to say that the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy has been an old friend of the Development Action Group. We've been working on this work for the last 20 years. And our partnership with National Treasury, I think, has been quite powerful in terms of helping to think about this important nexus between land policy and affordable housing. So we're always open to follow-up conversations and engagements with regards to this. Thank you.
Hello, Chair.
Hello, are you done, Beck?
Yes.
Let's get to Alliance.
That was the Alliance, Chair. Okay, sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, we did get quite a number of questions, but I can see some of them they've been touched by the earlier responses. Yeah, but myself and Rose and Tembi are going to respond to the given questions. But I will start by responding to one of the first questions around the issue of informal settlement upgrading, where it might sound as if maybe the way our approach might be promoting or encouraging some land grabs. But in response to that, our processes, we do not actually encourage any land invasion of any nature, but we encourage proper dialogue amongst parties. That is why we actually have partnerships and all that. So in that way, all those other concerns from other citizens that no, these people are skipping the line for receiving subsidies or services. In our case, we try by all means to make sure that whatever that needs to go into the communities, it passes through proper engagements and understanding what is there. But in terms of the informal settlements themselves, they have got different classes. The ones that maybe are on private land, and then the ones that are on municipal land, but not recognized, and those that are recognized, meaning that they can receive services. So we can negotiate, we can create a platform where some negotiation is done. And it is through these processes that were mentioned earlier on, like the data collection process itself. It might sound as a statistical kind of a process, but it's a process which helps the people to understand themselves more and also feel as part of whatever that is being planned, and they understand the kind of service that they shall be receiving. Because we have seen instances where services are brought to the settlement, and within hours, all of them are vandalized in form of a protest, that there hasn't been any consultation on their side in terms of the kind of service that they want and where those services have been placed. So all those kind of things come into play. But for us, we don't just provide or assist communities to get those services from a blind spot. It's a very inclusive process, especially on the side of the local government and also the landowner, depending on the status of land ownership. So there are actually processes that are followed. Still in that respect, I think there is the issue of the EPHP itself. Omambros can come in and just maybe share how it really started and also how the participants or the beneficiaries are selected for a particular project that has been identified under PHP through our processes. Mambros, you can come in.
Thank you very much, Blessing. I think what Blessing have said is very important about data collection. And then when we do the profiling and the enumeration of the community, it made the people to understand whether they are supposed to be staying there forever or there's a need for relocation. And I know that the process that we are using when we do data collection and profiling, we do an inclusive process where we, as I was explaining about the ISN, who will be the leadership of those communities. Before we can do everything, we do an education to the community to understand that if an area is too vulnerable for people to can stay, what is it that they think? Relocation to another place. And it's important that we understand the data that we collect. Hence, we say we wish the government to understand the partnership that we are referring to. One of it is about sharing this information to understand what the informal settlers are saying about the area where they are staying. For instance, when you look at Western Cape, a lot of people are coming from Eastern Cape and they are there just for economic development. So we are saying the information that we gather from those communities will lead us to engage with the city to know what is it that needs to be done. That is why today most of the cities where we are working, they have recognized the importance of reblocking, replanning of the communities. It's because of the information and the data that we collect, and it helps a lot if it is being properly recognized. When you talk about the PHP, as I said earlier in my introduction, that since 1995, we started the relationship with Department of Housing, by then, now Human Settlement, where we signed the Ujani Fund Agreement. And then with the Ujani Fund Agreement, the signatories thereof were the representative from the department with the advisory role and the representative of the federation and also the representative of our NGO. And then that process of that agreement is the one that has made our organization to participate in the formation of the National Housing Board. And then within the National Housing Board, federation members were represented in the board and explaining the process of how we organize the community, how we start saving groups, how we use exchange programs to understand and learn from each other, how we create partnerships with different stakeholders, and how we come with a plan, housing plans that we do, like house modeling and all those kind of issues that are related in housing. And then by sharing that with the Department of Housing has helped us a lot, that it influenced the creation of people's housing process. The only challenge is when the department always do the review of, always have the review of the policy where they change the process to understand that, to an extent that most of the time it kicked the people's driven process out of equate. So PHP is so important, as it was explained earlier, that we use our own resources, we use our own equity, and we use the subsidy to augment what we have done. So the challenge is, as I said, if PHP can be brought back to the table and be recognized by national department, provincial department, and the municipalities, it will help a lot. The other obstacle is to compare PHP with private developers. We are not equal in doing things with the private developer, whereby the private developer have got certain compliances that they are following. Yes, we want to adhere with the compliances, but we need the compliances that can meet how the people themselves are doing on the ground. The other question that was raised was, I don't know, I didn't hear it properly, but it was talking about the bottom up and the NGO maybe replacing the people, and where lies the bottom up coming from the MKP. I think we are practicing the real bottom up, because we are the people from the communities who are raising the issues. For us to agree to have professionals and create the professional NGO, it's where they have to articulate our informal language into a formal language. Like, for instance, they are there to go and read the legislature or the policies in depth and come back to us and explain it to us. And then we are there with our activities on the ground as communities, come up with our outcome of ideas to influence that policies. When they have to write a report in a formal way, we do write the reports in our own formal way and submit it to our NGO and say, can you rewrite it in a formal language so that it can be understood by the outside world? I think those are the questions that I saw.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Ma'am Rosia, let me just come in there. Yeah, there are, I think, 2 or so more questions which will just talk around the issue of Langrach. But the other thing that maybe we just need to highlight that was touched on the questions is spreading our wings out of the main cities and getting to rural areas and all that. Yeah, it's just unfortunate that the presentation is a very short space of time, but in our case, we have got quite a very strong footprint in rural areas as well, like in Northwest, Eastern Cape, and even in Limpopo. And also in Mpumalanga, we have got quite a very strong footprint there, where we have been supporting in terms of the PHP itself, like the project in Kwanyuswa in KZN. It's also one of those that is happening in rural KwaZulu-Natal. So it's a housing project that is being rolled out as we speak. So we do have that kind of footprint in the rural areas. And then in terms of skipping people that are always, or disadvantaging people that are maybe have been waiting for a long time. So in response to that question, even if the project has been identified, it still follows all the systems, like the pre-screening and checking how long that person has been in the waiting list, all those kind of things. So it all happens that way, because we also don't want to create chaos in the process of trying to help people improve their lives, yet on the other hand creating chaos. So all those processes, as Ma'am Rose has indicated, we include the Department of Human Settlements when it comes to those particular levels. However, there are some instances where the response it can be as a result of maybe a disaster that might have happened. So in that way, you have to act very fast. There is no need, not for housing per se, but maybe for other ancillary services like provision of toilets, water, etc. I think that one, it can also be, depending on its status, how it came up. But in essence, there is no disadvantaging people along the way. Maybe Tembi, you can come in on the question around Langrach, the issue of the question that was asked around Why is it taking so much time, yet we have a very strong footprint in these informal settlements? The issue of self-build being accepted in communities and rolled out, as we have seen from the diagrams and all of that, it looks quite good. Yes, Tim.
Thanks, Blessed Mama Rose. Just to answer that question, it's tricky because there is an expectation from the community once the projects start rolling to continue. However, there is also an element that it brings in terms of distrust because the municipality doesn't have the mechanism to support the program. I mean, the project itself. So therefore, we had intended to build 16 units, but we were able to only build 7. So the incompletion of that project is then create that distrust and also loses momentum in terms of completion of project, and then the community gets tired, because one of the things that we also had proposed to pause is we wanted to draw in the municipality with regards to support and lessons from the project. Because Langrach, according to municipal plans, they had subdivided the settlement for a UISP project, but because of the densities, it would have required for the municipality to relocate half of the location of the settlement. So this project is demonstrating if people are in order to address the high and medium density of this project, how can it be done? So that's one. So one of the questions that the municipality as well, that then they became quite started to move back a little bit, was the question of what happens after we've built these 16 units, which goes back to the question, I think, Honorable Powell, sorry for the mispronunciation. So one of the things that we started to do was to create learning platforms with the municipality, including the provincial government, with regards to looking at what actually this project is surfacing. And one of the things was it's municipal land, and the zoning actually does support incremental building, but the building department then it cannot necessarily approve the actual building of these units. So one of the questions that they were setting was like, what happens after we build the 20? Because there's nothing that support a regulatory framework for the building of these type of self-built incremental units. So we do draw on support on the EPHP, where there is this housing support center. Is it possible then that can be adopted in this space? Where do municipalities go in terms of drawing subsidies with regards to incrementally self-built? This is a starter kit, and communities meeting halfway. And also what tenure options. So these are things that we started to explore with Stellenbosch municipality. And we came to a dead end in that sense, where now we're at a position where we want to explore that conversation. Expand that conversation to be at a national level, because we're saying here is a proof of concept. Let's bring in different departments, think tanks, to think through as to some of these challenges that the project is surfacing, and also one of the lessons and opportunities that exist within this project. So we don't have all the lessons, the answers. We are looking at, I think in end of September, in terms of hosting a learning platform looking at self-built incremental units. There are other regions and other municipalities where they've explored such a concept, where we would like to also invite into that space. So we don't have all the answers, but we are looking at creating a learning platform with regards to looking at possibilities. And we do welcome those recommendations as well that will be shared with us.
Yeah, maybe just to as a response, I think there was something around why like this whole idea being quickly taken up by community members, since they are already in an informal settlement and they have that particular space to see this coming up since they are involved. So there is a challenge as well, especially in the inception of such a pilot project, because people, in essence, they are used to receiving a complete house and free from the government. And then coming in with this kind of a concept, and then you have to do quite a lot of mobilization of community members so that they understand how they are coming in and how this is actually being planned as maybe a future, somehow a future solution to the problem that is being faced. Because as we speak right now, the housing backlog, I don't know how many millions are there, but in this case, this involves the communities, but now the aspect of contributing, comes into question. So those are some of the things. However, it forms part of the mobilization, especially when you are at the inception level, starting to bring this idea into the communities. And then the last question to us was around the issue of illegal electricity. I think there was a question that is what 19% of the community members on the presentation that we did, they don't have in Langrach, they don't have electricity. So that was, as we say, that our processes involve the process of data collection first. So that is, we collected the data so that we get a clear understanding of the status quo of the settlement in terms of services and all that. Was we checked almost all the basic services that which a settlement can receive, is supposed to have, and even the ratios, like of 1 toilet to 5 households, 1 water tap to 25 people, something like that. So it was in 2019, but after that, we in fact, that data is then used as a point of entry in terms of engagements. It stimulated actually some engagement with the municipality. As we speak right now, there has been quite a lot of traction with regards to electricity delivery in some of those structures that were identified to be lacking electricity. However, at the moment, we haven't done a follow-up survey to see how far they have gone, but we will, with time, if there is a request, especially from the community members themselves, to check the status at a particular stage, then definitely we will quantify the same issues and compare the current status. Yeah, otherwise, that is it from our side. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if we covered everyone, but I think so. Thank you.
Yeah. Shoti wanted to say something. Patrick Mazimela from Federation wanted to say something.
Is he answering a question?
Yeah, I think yes.
We're not well on time. Hello? Yes?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Ma'am Rose, and the members of Parliament. I just wanted to say on the issues of jumping the queues. We would like to say most of our community members are not jumping the queues or maybe anywhere, because wherever the development will take place, some, like when we build houses, it is the issue of the municipality or the province will say there is a housing that is going to be implemented in certain area. So whereby we will engage with the department to say, in that particular area where you are going to implement the project, we do have members in that particular community. And or for instance, in the informal settlement where there will be an upgrading, we are not going to batch people from any other community we will only deal with the communities where the upgrading is going to happen. And as Mam Rose was explaining, we are having the leaders of that particular community, making them aware to say, after the profiling and the enumeration that is going to take place, it will not allow leaders to bring people from any other area, so that it will assist the municipality with the report that will be submitting to them to say, in that particular area, we have received so many people living there, no water, and so forth. So it will assist them that information for people to, for the municipality to know how many people are living there and how many toilets are going to be built, or maybe the ambulances they can go through. So it is not of getting people from any other informal settlement to another informal settlement. We go with in municipality, or we go with the city in that particular area and start doing upgrading or doing reblocking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think today was just to announce that we are there, our presence, and then the committee is aware, the department is aware. There's already a submission that we need a meeting where we can plan the way forward. And I think as a portfolio committee, because we are aware of what you are doing, at some stage we might call you one, not as a group, one by one organization at a time, just to get into details on how can we assist one another, how can we complement each other in making sure that we deliver services, human settlement to our people. Thank you very much for the answers. Let me give it to the DG. There were other things referred to the department. DG. Or DDG.
Chairperson, thank you very much. We
Thank you
had
very
and we
much.
looked at the matters that were referred to us. And we interact with the committee on a regular basis. And as and when we are required to give an update to the committee, we would do so. But as committed, we have our own engagements with the NGOs on the sidelines, and we'll continue with those engagements, Chairperson. I don't think there is much to say, and most of the matters raised with the stakeholders have been raised and ventilated with us already in previous engagements in the committee meetings. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Just to say, don't take long because they've requested that there be an engagement to share views. Maybe in the next 3 to 4 weeks, if the department can coordinate such a meeting, and then we take it from there. Then from the portfolio committee side, we'll get a report from the department. Will that be fine, DG?
I agree, Chairperson. We will do so.
Okay. So it will be minuted as such.
Okay, Chair. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Can we have parting words? 1 second each. Parting words, Nosy. Ndifuna Ukwazi.
Thank you, Chair.
Followed by.
Thank you, Chair. The parting plea from Ndifuna Ukwazi is that we strengthen the institutional coordination. In that way, we work towards the same goal, but we are working in silos. And we also learn from the people. We urge the government not to dismiss what is unfamiliar and look at social value of land versus profit value. Have a political will, and whatever policies that you are writing and you are sending to people, please make sure that the language is easy and the public participation are not a tick box exercise. Yeah, I think that's all from the Ndifuna Ukwazi. Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you very much. 1 second, Deck.
I think for me, we continue to be committed in entering into partnerships and making sure that we have those difficult conversations to find innovative solutions that will start to address some of the critical issues that we are facing, not only as Cape Town, but as a country when it comes to affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alliance.
Mamros, yeah.
I'll be the first one to say thank you very much, Portfolio Committee, Department of Human Settlement, to create this space for us to engage to each other. As the SA SDI Alliance, we have signed the Botshabelo Accord, which is still driving the process of housing delivery. And the pledge that we made that time in 1995, we have been continuing to do it. We are going to continue doing it. We will still continue to forge the practical relationship that we want to see happening on the ground. Thank you very much for allowing us to share with you what we are doing. And then we also appreciate the opportunity that you are still giving to us to come and meet with us individually to get the depth and the understanding of our process. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. I think the DG has said his part. Can I thank you again, Ndifuna Ukwazi, DEC and Alliance, for being available. Some of us may not have been aware of what you are doing, the serious role you are playing, the important role you are playing in making sure that our people have dignity. I think the committee is now aware it's not only you alone. There are others who are also playing their part in the sector. We'll continue engaging them. But we can promise that the DG has promised that he will coordinate or he will delegate somebody to coordinate a meeting where you can share views and see how we complement each other. And the portfolio committee will get a report. Where the portfolio committee would need further in-depth discussion with one of your organization, we will do so to understand better how can we assist one another. Thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to release you because now we are going to discuss just a few things that are mainly for the committee. You can be released as we continue with the meeting. Honorable members, let's continue with the reports and the minutes. Secretary.
Our minutes from the last meeting, the 13th of May, where we were adopting the budget voter report. Here's the attendance.
Yes, scroll down. Those are the minutes, honorable members.
The meeting
Scroll
agenda
down.
at 25 to 9 in the morning.
Are there amendments? Additions, subtractions? Nothing. Can I get a motion? Adoption of the minutes? Can I get a mover? You may shout if I don't see your hand.
Yes. I move for the adoption.
Yes. Thank you,
I
Honorable
second, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Minute seconded. Is there an opposing view? Nothing, minutes adopted. Is that the only set of minutes?
Yes, Chairperson, that was the last meeting minutes, Chair, that was outstanding.
Can we just present the report? I know
Yes, Chair.
members were not there, but just for your noting, go through the report in summary, Secretary. I know we have given the report to members to go through. Just highlight.
Yes, Chairperson, this is the report of the attendance of the Portfolio Committee Chairperson and the Secretary in Baku, Azerbaijan, the World Urban Forum that took place from 17 to 24 May 2026. Chairperson, the leader of the delegation in the World Forum was the Minister of Human Settlements, Ms. Thembisi Melane, and she was accompanied by the DG and the other delegates from the department. There were also the entities that were represented, HDA, NHFC, and SHRA, and there were MECs from provincial departments and mayors. SALGA was also in attendance. The background, the Wolf 13, as it was already said by Rose, that the main theme was housing the world, safe and resilient cities and communities. The forum also provided a platform to revisit legislation, operations, reforms, and financing mechanisms, and human capital needs to reduce the housing deficit. The objectives of WOLF, Chair, the main objectives of WOLF was to advance sustainable urban development by fostering international and intercity cooperation, this emanating in innovating ideas and best practices, and addresses critical challenges, including housing shortages, informal settlements, poverty, and climate risk. Chairperson, also, there were participants from 176 countries, and the participants were over 57,000. Chair. Then the main theme, as already said, that the main theme was housing the world, and the important topics that were discussed was affordable housing, climate resilience, informal settlements, urban inequality, The importance of Wolf 13 was significant given accelerating pace of global urbanization, with most of world's urban population projected to live in the cities in the 2050s. The major dialogues and discussions, there were Wolf 13 was convened in 6 major global dialogues to address critical dimensions of urban housing and development. The discussion will focus on strategies to resolve the global housing crisis and improve living conditions, pathway for transforming informal settlements through infrastructure, sanitation, and secure land tenure, and approaches of housing for post-conflict disaster and economic recovery. As I already alluded to the fact that SALGA was also in attendance, so there were dialogues that were held by SALGA. There were also parliamentary meetings that were held online, as well as the World Forum also identified challenges. There were also challenges that were identified in the World Forum by the participants. That is the limited funding for housing projects, the rapid urbanization growth, climate disasters, political instability, land ownership, weak urban governance systems, as well as the entrenched poverty in inequality, where many speakers stressed that addressing these interconnected issues will require coordinated action and sustained cooperation among government, business, communities, and international organizations. There were also, Chair? Okay. They were also the executive director of WOLF, the UN Habitat Executive Director, Ms. Rosbach, Ms. A. Rosbach also urged delegates to move from marginal progress to systematic transformation. There is also a call for Baku action, the 15 points, and also the lessons learned by the participants, also by Parliament in the Wolf 13. There's the list also, Chair, and the conclusion and the report to be considered. Thanks, Chair.
Very much.
Can I still order, Chair? Okay.
Yes. Honorable members, I think you got the report for your noting and reference. I don't know whether there's anyone who wants to comment. Anyone? Yes. Afternoon.
Mr. Titebe, Chair.
Hello.
Mr. Titebe.
Honorable Titebe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I have absolutely no authority to edit the report. I think we must adopt it as is, but I'd like to just make an observation that as we deal with, urban development, human settlements, etc., we cannot afford to take our eye off SDG 6, which is water and sanitation, which exists cheek by jowl with SDG 11, which is what this report is about. So I do not, unless I've missed that, the last part of the report, the intersectionality, I do not see that intersectionality between one set of factors and water and sanitation. And as we know, those, that is very central to the dignity of people and sustainable human settlements, etc. But I know that it is something that we are obviously alive to, unless that can be pointed out to us. Because if you speak of climate resilience, you have to also think about interventions that you are making from the vantage point of technology. If you look at innovative building technologies, you take water and sanitation, in particular sanitation, you will think about such things as non-sewer sanitation or localized sanitation, whatever term is used, so that people, for example, in the context of the discussions that we had with the NGOs a short while ago, people do not endure unsafe sanitation in the form either of the pit latrine system or the bucket system, because we know that that goes against SDG 6, which, as I say, must be read together with SDG 11. And of course, in our case, we have the white paper on human settlements, we have the National Water Strategy version 3, and and a whole range of other interventions by government. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Sorry for the noise in the background. I'm in the bus now. I think Honorable Titebe is correct. Maybe Secretary, you will also attach the declaration. I think the declaration covers comprehensively even what Honorable Titebe is saying, if I can recall. Okay, but the report is there for you, for your noting, honorable members. And I know you were not there, so there's little you can do, but it's there for noting and to assist us moving forward. We can always refer to. Secretary, what's the next item?
No, that was the last item, Chair, on the agenda.
Chair.
Okay,
Closure.
before that, Honorable Ditevi.
Yeah, Chair, I think that just for procedural correctness, remember you went with the secretary correctly, so who assists you, secretary of the committee. But let's treat this as if it's the APP or strat plan of the portfolio committee, right? And formally move that we adopt this report because at some point, I think it will be debated, etc. If at all, or even if it's just filed. So let me therefore, Chairperson, move for the adoption with the understanding that this was a global conference whose business is not new to us, except for purposes of or matters of emphasis here or there when it comes to what this particular what do you call it conference usually deliberates upon and resolves. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks for that. Can I get one to second, Honorable Ditevi?
I second for noting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. At some stage, the report will be debated. I also wanted to approach the programming committee because we have a number of reports that they have not lined up for debate. I think tomorrow we might be debating one, but on Friday might be debating one, but we still have a number of outstanding. I'll be assisted by the secretary to approach the programming committee to make sure that our reports are lined up for debate in the plenary. Thanks very much, honorable members. Thanks very much for your time. If you have any suggestions on anything that affects the committee, whether it's a program, whether it's an item you want the committee to discuss, feel free to communicate with the secretary. Then we'll do the necessary consultations and put it on the program. I know we still owe Honorable Kahakilo, Honorable Dutebe, follow-ups with regard to our visit to Free State and Northwest. I'm told work is being done, but at some stage, we'll have to get a report back. Thank you. Spend the rest of your day. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Yeah. Net bank.
Recording stopped.